Home.
Hey, how's it going? I have to turn up the game a little bit. Oh, and I gotta turn the fan off above the stove. I'm pretty good. I've had a weird, past couple of days because I've just been sleeping at the weirdest times. And not sleeping for very long.
Well, hug.
Two weapons.
About to face your first real challenge. I hope you've toughened up enough.
I can hardly hear him over the music.
That was all me. Another notch on my whip.
Low awesome level chest.
All right, we got guns over here.
Even in higher difficulties. Did I get the clipper?
Hello, Commander.
What's up, taters? You gonna be playing more Monster Hunter World tonight? Oh wait, no, you got the Handsome collection.
Yup, I need handicraft and magazine jewels.
You only need one magazine jewel, though. You don't need several of them, because it's only an effect that has, 1 point, or 1 level to its skill. Unless they patched it. And gave it more, but as far as I know, you can only get 1 additional magazine on anything.
One of each, I mean.
Do you already have 4 handicraft jewels?
How you liking our planet anyway?
I have 0 LOL.
I only have 1, so I don't feel that bad. 1 doesn't really help with a lot of builds, because there's not really a lot of combinations of things, which make you end up at 4 handicraft. And then when you do, the chances are that you're already using the 3 slot on the piece of armor. No, did I glitch it out again? God dang it, why do I do that? Why isn't that something that's fixed? Curses!
Diablo's weapons need that 4th point for white sharpness.
Yeah, but you can just get that by wearing Kushala Gamma pants and handicraft necklace, and then all the other pieces of armor and gem slots or whatever you want. That's what I do for mine. Mine is level 5 handicraft. Because even though the handicraft necklace shouldn't give 3 of the skill, it does, making it one of the most broken and cost-effective necklaces out of any of them. In pretty much most builds that I use, a handicraft necklace is like mandatory.
Then I have to give up Master's Touch.
From what? What are you even wearing that gives you Master's Touch? 2 Teostra pieces or something?
Draken 4-piece.
Oh, that's garbage, dude. Elemental. What does... I can't even quite remember what it actually does. Not what it says it does, but what it actually does. Because I don't think I've ever made a...
I don't have Teostra Gamma.
Good, it's not worth it anyways. I don't use Master's Touch. What does Master... Hold on. Let me look up some stuff real quick. Oh yeah, prevents your weapon from losing sharpness during critical hits. Do you not have a protective polish jewel? I don't even use anything like Master's Touch. Even on my high crit builds. What the... The second you ask her. Why am I trying to do that? I don't need to. Wait, can you jump Piss Wash Gully with a grenade jump? Does it count or does it have to be in a car? Hold on. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, but I have horrible memory and forget to sharpen LOL.
Hold on a second. You know me, king of weird. What the dangus? What the crangle? What in the Chris Krangle? What in the Remy Tim are these invisible walls? Are you... Alright, land a grenade right on that frickin' dildo tip right here, dude.
Did you just... All right, why don't you come on back? I got something for you.
Greetings, traveler! New missions are available at the Firestone Bounty Board.
You'll find a fella named Shep near the crossroads on the way to the mine.
Lad skinned his entire family and built a tent out of him. Tough luck, but that Shep is a good kid. I appreciate you helping him.
For professional works and having accurate anti-victims, assuming you're strong enough to hold.
This man, Sledge, has something we need. You are going to get it from him. Sledge is a bad man who has done terrible things to the people of Firestone. Do what you must.
Did you know Shep Sanders in the Arid Badlands has another job for you?
In back, sorry, I was making tacos.
Oh, you know that hurt. Like having another soldier on the field. Nailed it. Oh, that hurt. You gotta squeal before we cook ya. I'm out of match. Target hit. Armaments hit.
Hey there, stranger! Right this way! And open! Yes!
Always room for more loot.
Oh, come on, let's get down, come on!
Target hit.
Hey Dustin.
I love this damn thing. Rare mistake.
should be able to get into the mine. You should be able to get into the mine now. There's nothing between you and Sledge, and we're one step closer to the vault. I believe in you.
Get your meds here.
It's come to our attention that you've been at war with elements of the local population, and you've now been contracted to assassinate one of their leaders. This type of unsanctioned mercenary activity undermines the stability of the region. You have been warned. This continued insurgent activities will not be tolerated. Abandon this futile pursuit and turn yourself in.
Are you okay, bud?
Oh, I forgot to unmute my mic. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm fine. I just forgot to unmute my mic when I muted it earlier to take a toke, but I didn't want to make the noise on mic. I'm sorry. I was talking that entire time.
What's up?
I was like, you can interact with the claptrap through the wall and stuff, and you don't even have to go all the way around to do the mission, and blah 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 blah, and I'm muted the entire time. Fucking genius. Can't hit that guy. There you go. He's being squeamish. Also, what's up, Chris? I'm accurate. Great job. Great job.
Get your meds here.
Oh yeah, I need the full inventory. Don't sell anything.
Are you not ready to get rolling? Let's get you rolling.
I got the ride.
Tire tree. Isn't that how rubber trees are made, right? It's just tires that grow on a tree.
Everything you've faced up until now has been simple.
Oh wait, no, I went past the... No, you dangle. You dang dong. Did I get the car stuck? No. Dangolian. Alright, good. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Yes, I would like to use. Screwed myself there.
Lol.
Things are real thunder when you got my machines in there scaring needles. Remember, Marcos means quality at a great price.
I need to get a new double anarchy. Time to move! Get him, doggo. Beat him up. Alright, now can I make the jump with only one grenade? Nope, because the game is just like, haha. Game is just like, I'll take your grenade and I'll delete it. How about that?
I
don't even want to kill people because I don't need loot. Stop dropping loot. And I don't mean that to try and put yourself out from being on fire. Stop dropping loot. You're a Borderlands character just as a magnet for a backpack and you just drop on the ground and just and all the loot sticks to you. This will give me grenades. Surely. Stop calling me Shirley. No.
Such cringe.
We got it. Other side's harder to jump. Here we go. Am I a lucky guy or not? Nope. I expected that one when the first one gave me stuff. Actually, kill me, please. Beat me up. Beat me up, Scotty. No, not like that. I love how they make the frickin' Jurassic Park T-Rex noise. Every time I'm not prepared for it. The same noise as in frickin' the King Kong video game. The one that has Jack Black in it and stuff like that. As the camera guy. I didn't think that game was that bad, but apparently a lot of people did. It was like a survival horror type game before survival horrors became more prevalent. And I mean, it was linear. It wasn't like a open world survival horror like most are now. But it was survival horror in the sense where you had very limited ammunition and you actually had to use a lot of the environmental tools to do stuff. You had to like pick up a spear or a stick, light the stick on fire, and then throw it into brush to clear the brush away and stuff like that. I don't know, I thought it was pretty decent for its time. I didn't think it was decent for its time back then. I just thought it was a good game. Alright, now we gotta go and pick up all that shit. Well, we don't have to. To be honest, I'm probably not going to. I would if I was still low level, so I could get some extra money to buy a legendary if one showed up in the shop, but since legendaries don't show up in the shops nearly as often in lower playthroughs anymore, on top of the fact that money is like not at all a problem, because really if you need money, just go to the DLC and loot a couple chests. There you go. In the early difficulties anyways. Just go to Nox's. What am I doing? Take a car, dude. Take a trip on the Scooter Express. I should say the Phantom Scooter Express. But that's too soon. The world isn't ready for that yet. Watch that be Borderlands 3 DLC, and I just somehow weirdly predicted what was going to go on. But then again, Scooter, the voice actor for Scooter, I believe got fired, so. After his character died. They didn't want to try and make him into a Jack type character or anything like that, where it was like, oh, he's going to come back but as a robot. Or he's going to come back but as a zombie for the Halloween DLC or something. Nope. Randy Pitchford's like, get out of here. We don't like fun anymore. Remember when I used to talk highly about Borderlands? Now I'm firing all your favorite characters. Eat shit. Stop, Flinch. Captain Flinch. He got me! He's an ant, and he's just crawling on me. There we go. Big don't. Wait, no, let's put on the Firehawk.
Always room for more loot.
Nailed it. Alright, so I definitely want to get up there. If the physics will work with me. Which is why I've actually learned to instead just throw it against the wall and let it fall. Because you get a more reliable grenade jump that way. See? It's so much easier. I always used to just throw it at the ground, but really throwing it off of a wall is the better way to do it. You have the option. You can actually pull the lever even though it's not rendered in, but it glitches out the doors and makes it so you can't exit that way.
Die, bounty hunter!
Oh, he rendered in at the last second. Goodbye. Level 31 sledges. I don't need a high level one. High level one will be a pretty decent shotgun though. But it's only level 31.
I think you'd like to know what that is. The vault is real. What you are holding is the key that opens it. One part of it, anyway.
That was the worst grenade jump I've ever seen in my entire life, and you should be ashamed.
This is Commandant Steele of the Atlas Corporation, Crimson Plan's B Company, third starboard brigade. I have just been informed that you have arrived on Pandora.
I don't even have words to explain my brain there. Just stupid. Just raw stupidity. Raw, liquid, unabided stupidity. What's wrong with you? Is that moment right there. Some guy's got his shoulders so high in the air, shrugging that they're above his head.
LOL.
I'm only speedrunning though because there's no point to killing anything at the moment. Any guns I'm gonna get are gonna be garbage because I'm so far ahead of the curve. So I gotta rush story mode. But I still have to go into all the different places that have the frickin' claptrap SDUs. Well, at least the first 5, and so I've done 2. Someone really getting on a Harley right now?
I'll drink to that. Busted up 9 toes and beat the hell out of Sledge.
You're making a name for yourself in these parts.
It better not be Adam, because he's already getting on a lot of people's nerves around here. Dude like walked over to my friend Mike's property the other day while Mike was working in his garden, and he's like, "So, you're gonna let me take some of these, right?" like to his plants, and Mike just like looks at him like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, I helped you dig this garden like years ago. And Mike's like, so? You can't just come over here and be like, you give me this because I helped you 7 years ago and it's not even the same anymore. It's like, what the fuck? You haven't done shit. What do you deserve? Like,
Adam sounds like a great guy.
his face is flush red 90% of the time because he's either drunk or like coked out of his mind. First time I met the guy, he couldn't say more than 3 words without like slurring like really bad, and you can like see his mouth like hook when he went to talk, like where his lip would like fold a little bit and it'd make him sound like, I can't impersonate it, but if you've ever seen like someone who's so fucked up on like pills and shit where they can't like move their mouth right, it's exactly what it's like.
Ouch.
Listen, if you find it, what's inside could be worth a fortune. But only if you get the right partner to help you sell it. So, partners?
You are now free to enter the dog headland.
But then he started saying shit about like basically that he knew some shit about Mike and that he was going to use it against him if he didn't.
So I wouldn't know.
And Mike told him to just go, like, get off his fucking property, and if he catches him taking anything, he's going to fucking call the cops.
that dickbag alive long enough for me to pound on later. Much as it pains me to admit, Marcus knows the area better than anyone. I want to use him while he's alive
Dickbag.
for me not having to
Pound on. That's not even the first time they make a dickbag joke. In the pre-sequel, Handsome Jack makes these guys are dickbags. Or these dickbags are nuts. Or something like that. And he's like, get it? Dickbags? Nuts? Squoosh. I'm waiting for the day that they decide to add like an Acme rocket launcher, which just fires a giant punching glove and does damage based on your character's melee, or a portion of its damage based on the melee, I should say. I want that to be a legendary. Okay, car, just go into wall, because wall no exist. Where's wall no?
Overpowered.
Keep pressing circle to get out of the car because of the pre-sequel. Where? Where in the world is Carmen Mad Mel Patrol?
Laughing.
Where in the world is Carmen Santiago? Not funny. Was anyone ever around when that was like a thing on YouTube? Where they were just like these really weird fucking YouTube videos that was like some guy using Source Filmmaker or something like that, making these like 3D animations? I knew that was gonna happen as well. But this guy, like, he started this whole thing where just at a point in the video or something like that, one of the characters would go, Santiago. And they were just the most bizarre, like, they used, like, the SpongeBob and Patrick characters and stuff like that to do it. And it's just so weird. I don't even know how to describe the way, like, oh my word. I don't have my defiler on. Defile. If only I could aim.
Seriously, I think he's putting bad guys and runners just so you can get on there blowing them up.
Got him.
When I was in high school, a guy named Fred was popular.
Everyone knows about Fred, though. That's not even close to the type of video I'm talking about. That's just a dude who raised the pitch of his voice. Like, this is like YouTube poop gone wrong, is what I'm talking about. It's like YouTube poop, except it's not trying to be fucked up. That's just how it is. Hold on, I'm gonna try to find the guy's YouTube channel so I can... Oh, Pamtree. There you go. Yeah. Pamtri. They're verified. What the fuck, dude?
I didn't even have internet access before then, lol.
Yeah, I really recommend looking up that guy. At least if you want to see the weird shit that I was talking about. It's all like robot voiced stuff. It's just so weird. It's the only way to describe it. There are very few other YouTubers which have encapsulated their own feeling when you watch their video other than that guy. Nailed it. I can't zoom. There we go. I'm listening to one right now while I'm trying to play, and it's so hard. No, I fell! Yeah!
Come meet your maker.
Go meet your maker. I love how they use the same line for a fucking raid boss in Borderlands 2. Daw, 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 daw. He's the sound that frickin' Hyperius makes. I've always said it before. It's just the bruiser voice, but they just changed the pitch to make it sound like a different guy, but it's really just the same. Why does this happen to me? I made a mistake.
Truck.
I'm falling. I have a higher terminal velocity than car. I am faster than car. See you later, bud. Get wrecked. There's a spawn box.
WTF did you do?
I went through the wall because the car very rarely has collision with the walls in this game for whatever reason. I fell through the world in Monster Hunter within a week of it coming out. I have a screenshot on my PlayStation 4 I can send you sometime if you don't believe me. I fell through the world in Rotten Vale because I left my character hanging on a wall and something hit me and it knocked me inside of the wall. And then I just fell through the world. If I remember correctly, I had to close that. Excuse me, by the way. But that was like back within a week of the game coming out.
Whoa,
That was...
okay, that was strange. Emoji grinning face.
Dang it.
I hear it had a lot of server issues at launch.
The server issues weren't even the problem for me. It worked fine, but I played mostly single player, so I wouldn't know. I just did SOS, and SOS has always worked for me. It was the people who were trying to play together. Like, groups of friends would have trouble playing together, but you could connect to 2 random people perfectly fine. It was so bizarre. I was trying to see if I could get out of the map. But now I'm just going to be falling for another 15 seconds. I should try to land on the spawn box next time. I don't think it has collision though. That's where you go when you die in this game. You get warped through a box that has like a 3D image inside of it. And it gives the illusion of the effect that you're used to, the whoosh whoosh before it loads you back. That's why whenever you die and then it loads back, it's always blurry for a second, because the game's re-rendering everything back to the right texture resolution. That's why they do the thing where it makes you not be able to see for a second. It's no different than just teleporting across a map, basically, is what that does. Get you rolling. Roland. Get you Roland. Yeah, see, walls exist here, but not... Oh. Oh. No.
WTFY the pink car?
I don't know if we can get anywhere from here. I promise you, mister, I'm not beating my meat. It's beating me. Come over here and smell my meat. Get over here, is what Krieg actually says. Oh! Why did this happen to me? You're gonna die, car. Got him. That's what you get, car. Unlike Borderlands 2, this game doesn't have large, expansive, unused collision at the bottom of the map that you can just walk around in for fun. Except for in the DLC, which is where they started fucking doing that. See, like right here, it's a much cleaner. You can go underneath Nox's and it's just a giant blanket of texture that goes like from there to there. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna go towards the spawn box, but I didn't. Dead.
Transmitting to inform you that I've made a decision I think you won't like. As Administrator of New Haven, I am responsible for the well-being of its citizens. And in that capacity, I must keep the road to Sanctuary closed for now. Baron Flint's tribe and that infernal contraption of theirs are out on the Salt Flats, and I don't want citizens getting killed trying to get past them.
We're making headway into the story. At least a little bit.
I was pissed when they nerfed the red chests in New Haven.
Well... I don't really care too much because they buffed them in places where they needed to be. You didn't need a bunch of good chests in an area that was already supposed... Like, then why wouldn't the people around there loot it? Like, the places where the loot should have been good, it wasn't good in the past. The only place where it was the armory. And at least now, other loot rooms are good besides a couple. Or just sitting there farming shitty red chests in a town. It's way more effective to do Claptrap's DLC now. Even if New Haven's chests were still good, it wouldn't be worth farming them. Because the Claptrap DLC's ones are just so much better. Or the red chest that's in this area that I'll get. The one that's out of bounds, which technically is not even a developer chest anymore. For all intents and purposes, they probably nerfed it anyways. Where the hell? Get out of here, bud. Who do you think you are? Oh, more... Oh. I was getting ready for the racks. It's like Christmas morning. Hello? Where did her body even go? It went to space. Always missed the first shot.
Hello.
I don't know why, but whenever I miss the first shot, I always shoot the second shot better. Also, howdy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. I'm Woody. But put that in reverse. So it goes, I'm Woody, howdy, howdy, howdy. And then you take my hat off. The fastingest, six-shootingest, gun-tootingest in the West. Nope, never mind. Revoked. Revoked. Oh.
Well, you said hello first for some reason, LOL.
Oh, it was just you saying hello, taters. What the hell's wrong with you? What in the Kringle is wrong with you, bud? What in the crispy Pringle? Hello? Where are you? Oh. Aimbot. Stop. Now aimbot. Dev jest. Good job. Warning. This is your last warning.
Alright, we got guns over here.
Oh, of course. Get your thunderstorm out of here. Garbage. Garbage day? How's that? Was that cringe level alpha omega for you? Garbage. I am become Yoda. Just 100 years younger. I haven't developed my speech and isms yet. No! Curses! Actually, let's just die because I have too much money anyways. It's Dusty! You'll make me pull a Shining on your ass.
Are you on medication?
No. No, I've just had these fucked up YouTube videos in my ear. And it's been making me want to say weird things related to the video, but you're not watching the same thing that's going on in my ears, so. And I don't mean that as a crazy person, I mean that as in I have YouTube videos playing.
I am very concerned about your mental health. Here's
Why?
Johnny. LOL, emoji grinning face.
Have you never watched half of those shows or anything to learn where those jokes come from? Literally 90% of the stuff I say is referential humor, so if you don't understand the reference, it easily makes you sound
LOL.
crazy. It's just I try to take the crazy dial and turn it up to 11. If you're gonna go crazy, you might as well go psychotic. A spark without kindling is a goal without hope. That was the Darkest Dungeon quote, if you're wondering. I feel like every single time I quote something, I have to say what it's from. Just so people aren't like, you're a fucking insane person. You hear the stuff you say sometimes? What kind of fandango hootenanny's going on in your brain?
If you're gonna be crazy, you might as well be Tiny Tina crazy LOL, emoji grinning face.
I couldn't hear the entire sentence. The only part of the sentence I could understand outside was the emoji grinning face. Or emoji happy tears. It was either one of them because I heard emoji. MLG Anaconda. Why don't they have an MLG eggplant? Oh, wait. I have an eggplant plant. That's what I find weird about things that are called plant in their name. It's like, I have an eggplant plant. You don't just say, I have an eggplant, because that just means a fruit. So bizarre. That's why in the UK, they call them aubergines. And because certain varieties of eggplants are naturally white colored, so they look like eggs. But the purple variety became the most common. I don't know why either of them became very common. To be honest, I don't know why I have an eggplant plant, because I don't really like eggplant that much. It's one of the few things I don't like out of a lot of garden vegetables. Just because whenever you're using it, you're not using it for the flavor of the eggplant. You're using it to absorb the flavor of something else. Like a lot of people around here, if they do eggplant, they'll fry a steak or something like that, and then in the same pan, or they'll have a little thing to collect the grease from the steak on the bottom, and they'll just dump that into a pan and cook that. Add some herbs and spices and stuff, and then the eggplant taste is really gone. Especially, like, the other reason why I tend to not eat eggplant is because a lot of people at their house don't clean the eggplant effectively. Can't eat the seeds. Well, you can, you're just supposed to wash them first. Because the seeds actually contain nicotine-like chemicals in them. Which, I mean, I smoke, so it really doesn't affect me that much. But someone who doesn't smoke nicotine could eat eggplant and get, like, basically a pseudo-nicotine buzz from it if they eat part of the seeds, or the placenta that the seeds are connected to. It's like how peppers produce capsaicin, the thing that makes a pepper hot. An eggplant produces a nicotine alkaloid like tobacco does. It's something not a lot of people know. Fun facts about your garden vegetables. Because if you also didn't know, but I've said it quite a lot, so you probably already do, is that tobacco is in the same family as tomatoes, peppers, eggplants. Nightshades is what they are. Some of them are vining, like tomatoes. Petunias are even a part of the nightshade family, if I remember correctly, or a distant relative of the nightshade family. They're not in the same part of the family that peppers and stuff in, but they're a distant relative that broke off from the same thing. Some people still call them nightshades because of it. That's why I can't eat them. That's why you can't eat tomato greens. And why you shouldn't eat pepper greens, even though some people do and they aren't affected by it because certain varieties don't produce the toxin. But it's not worth taking the chance, in my eyes. Like, most bell pepper varieties would be safe to eat the leaves of, but not like a Chinese variety or one of the native varieties that you find in, like, the Mexico area, because those produce a toxin in their leaves that can make you sick. And in the unripe fruit, too. So if you pick too green of a pepper, it'll also make you sick. One second, though. I need to go to the bathroom. Some people even have a thing where they get contact dermatitis upon touching certain members of the nightshade family. Tomatillos are another one. Cape gooseberries, which are sometimes known as ground cherries, but they're a separate variety of ground cherry from the normal one that you'd find if you bought seeds from the store. Those will be a lot more stocky and bushy, whereas the ones that I grow are the true Cape gooseberry variety, which is long, lanky branches that are like tomatoes, where they tend to get really heavy and then fall over from the weight, and then they'll root on the ground. And if you don't stake them up or control them, they can become a massive bush just from one plant. And it'll have hundreds upon hundreds of those fruits on it. If you like a mango-y guava type fruit, that's what they kind of taste like. They taste like a tropical fruit is the only way to describe what the flavor is. If you're familiar with the taste of a tomatillo, just add like a little bit of like a guava mango-y funk to it, and that's what the Cape gooseberry tastes like. If you buy them from the store, you'll find that they'll be really sour, and that's because they pick them when they're green. Or when they're really light orange, and when they're really light orange, they don't taste that good, because you just get that tropical fruit flavor with no sweetness. It's like, again, how you get those frickin' store-bought mangoes that just taste like dog shit. They taste terrible. I think that's why a lot of people nowadays don't like mangoes or like a lot of fruits, because store-bought fruits are so bad in quality. They lack that natural sweetness, which makes people think that eating healthy tastes bad when it doesn't. It's just, if you want something to taste good, you have to put a little bit of effort into it. Not to mention that some people also just don't live on good area to grow stuff, and I understand that. You just don't have a good terroir, and stuff just doesn't come out sweet. That's just what happens in some places. Same thing happens with raspberries. You could have the same raspberry variety in two different locations, and they'll produce completely different tasting fruits.
Oh yeah, that was all me.
One will be like overly sweet, and then the other one will be really perfumey. Perfumey. Be like really raspberry smelly, but the actual flavor has very little sugar in it. Those are what you tend to find at the store. You can smell the raspberries, but you put one in your mouth and it's basically just like water with a little bit of flavoring in it. It's so bad. I hate store-bought raspberries. Raspberries are one of my favorite fruits, just in general. Specifically golden raspberries. The wild variants that you find around here, they just have this ridiculous combination of like a citrusy orange flavor combined with a red raspberry. It almost has like a sherbety type flavor to it. Like it has a little zing, but then the zing is quickly muted by the sweetness of it. They're low in antioxidants, though, so they're what I call a diabetes fruit, because they're just pretty much all sugar. If you want berries that have good antioxidants and good health properties, you want them to be dark blue, purple, or a deep red. Those normally are the richest with antioxidants. things that are orange, yellow, or white have less antioxidants and a lot of the time also less carotenoids. In the case of tomatoes, for example, you can find yellow tomato varieties. Yellow tomato varieties are low in antioxidants, low in sugar, and low in acidity. And they just have a, what you would call, a straight tomato flavor. Like, take everything you know about a tomato and just boil it down to the flavor that you associate with it, and that's what yellow tomatoes taste like. An orange one is like half and half. Orange ones tend to be sweet, but they have no, they have no minerally quality to them that some tomatoes get, or a salty quality, as some people will describe. Where it's like, yeah, it has that tomato umami, but it also kind of tastes like you put salt on the tomato almost. And the reason I know about like terroir having a great effect on it is because I clone plants like crazy. I stick clones in different kinds of soil and different kinds of environments. Mike still has a clone of one of my tomato plants from last year that's still alive. The thing's like, if you consider the age of the plant from when I planted it when it was little to the point where he has a clone of it now, the plant is technically like a year and a couple months old because it was started as a seed indoors. And his tastes completely different than mine did when they were grown in the ground. Just like my clone did when I grew it in a pot indoors. The tomatoes tasted completely different. Even though it was the same plant. It was genetically identical to the plant I had outdoors that produced very sweet tomatoes. It's just for whatever reason, the typical potting soil that you get produces a more acidic, savory, like I said, almost salty kind of flavor to it. I've described those tomatoes to people as tasting like Cheez-Its, and the second they try one and they get that aftertaste, they're like, yeah, you don't know why it has that Cheez-It aftertaste, but it just does, and it's the weirdest fucking thing ever. Because it's only from his plant in that specific type of potting soil that he has. Because mine were just sour. Were well, not like deeply sour, but like they were pungent. They were the kind of thing that you'd want to use in like a pizza sauce. Even though they were little cherry tomatoes. So you really wouldn't use them in a sauce, because skinning a cherry tomato is like fucking the most arduous task in the world. You don't want little tomato skin in your pizza sauce. So normally that's why they use big plum tomatoes, which have very thin skin but thick amounts of flesh, which makes it easy to skin them. Don't hit the explosive barrel, please. It's just some people think that that's complete bullshit. Some people think the idea of like, oh, there's no way, like, just having it in a garden, like, people will be like, oh yeah, you can have a hydroponic tomato that's sweet. And it's like, sure you can. But you have to give it the right amount of nutrients, and then every tomato is going to taste the same. No matter what you plant there, it's going to generate that similar tasting fruit, even if it's a different variety of tomato. Because, again, the terroir is what's lacking in hydroponics. And it's like, hydroponics can produce good tasting things, but they always have a very sterile flavor to them. They don't have any of that unique profile that you get from stuff that's grown just outdoors. Again, there's a reason why raspberries from the middle of the woods taste way better than raspberries from a place that grows them out in the middle of a field. It just doesn't have that soil where there are different trees, different things that all contribute different types of minerals and stuff into the soil that the plant absorbs as compound chemicals, which add to its aroma. Because if the plant gets nitrogen from, like, say, calcium nitrate or ammonium nitrate or something like that, it doesn't care. But those types of things have an effect on the way that the plant uses that chemical, and especially for fruiting. This is why, even though it's a little bit bullshit, they tend to sell bloom and vegging nutrients separately with hydroponics. You'll get stuff which is like mostly nitrogen, which makes the plant grow green, and then you'll get the bloom, which has way more phosphate and other stuff in it. But they don't, not a lot of them make like a fruiting formula, like a thing that is proven to make fruit taste better or simulate a terroir of soil. Because again, different things when they decay, depending on the bacteria that decays them, because not all, like the bacteria that decomposes a pine needle is not the same bacteria that decomposes grass. Sure, the thing that decomposes grass can decompose the pine needle, but a lot of the time they have small bacterial differences. There's that, like, not saying thousands is undermining it significantly. There are millions of different bacteria out there that have adapted, that are just, they're in the same family of bacteria, but they're slightly different. They're more accustomed to dissolving or not dissolving, decomposing something in this environment, whereas this one is better in this environment or with this kind of thing. And those things can give off slightly different versions. Like I said, the difference in between, I mean, calcium nitrate is a bad example because that is a man-made chemical that counts as a chemical fertilizer when you use it, but a lot of people use it in their hydroponic setups, and a lot of people use it even just as a normal fertilizer for their gardens, and there's nothing wrong with it. The only thing that can be wrong with it is the impurity level. If it has a lot of metal impurities, or wherever it was synthesized from, they didn't properly clean it and make it so that it was like a 99.1 or a 99.5 like level of chemical purity, because you don't want additives even in your chemical fertilizer. Because as much as people nowadays will be like, don't use chemical fertilizers, blah blah blah, it's bad for the environment, that's complete bullshit and the most untrue statement ever. The problem is when the things have impurities and the salts from certain chemicals don't break down because they use a thing to bind like a nitrogen to. They basically make, again, like a calcium nitrate thing, but instead of it being calcium nitrate, which the plant can use both the calcium and the nitrate part of the chemical, sometimes you have chemicals where the plant only can use one part of it effectively, and it's just uptaken something that it doesn't need. That's why, like, seaweed is one of the first things that you can use to detect radiation and, like, iodine levels, or iodide, whatever it is. Iodine levels, I think, is what it is, in seawater. Because the plant will immediately start to uptake it the second it's in the water around it. And you can immediately test for it. And it does that because there are certain chemicals that that kind of stuff will bind with, and the chemical that it creates basically the plant can absorb it, but it will also uptake the thing that it doesn't need in the process. And it will either give it off later or send it back down the xylem and phloem to be deposited back into the soil. Because plants won't use things that they have excess amounts of if there are other plants nearby and there's a very dominant fungal-driven soil where you are. If you're planting underneath trees or you're planting at like a forest edge, that's the best place. If you live in a place where there's hard clay and like the soil is like impossibly hard to move like a brick, but you have like forestry or a couple trees, make your garden along the trees. Yeah, you might not be able to plant certain things there because you might run into a root or two. Just try not to damage the tree roots too much and just plant your plants in between the roots. As much as people will try and say stuff like, oh, that'll like the tree or blah 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 will try and steal nutrients from it, that's not how it works at all. The tree is an upcycler in nature. They have very deep tap roots. They can pull nutrients up from far below where most of your annual plants ever will get to in a single season. And what this allows is for the tree's leaves to be made of minerals that there was no way for the grass to have access to them. So when the tree defoliates at the end of the year and all of the leaves fall on the ground, you end up with this fertilizer that you have here that most people just rake and throw away. And they wonder why their soil where they live slowly became bad over time. Because the leaves have constantly been taken off the property for the past 30 to 40 years due to stupid rules about taking care of your lawn. No one has cows in their yard. Why do you need grass? Grass only benefits cows and people who like to walk around barefoot all the time. It's not natural. It's not natural to have giant fields of grass that are a monoculture. That occurs in very specific areas of the world, and even then, normally it occurs alongside other forest edge plants. Mints, sunflowers, anything in the, not literally the giant sunflower that you're used to seeing, anything in the sunflower family. Daisies, anything. Black-eyed Susans, just to name another one. We have a lot of them around here, so many that I can't even name all the varieties of sunflowers. But I've talked about it on my stream a bunch. We have fucking 60 plus native wildflowers within an acre of soil. And of course dandelions, but I like dandelions because dandelions actually help your lawn, believe it or not. Also, I'm running around this thing trying to get to the quest indicator when I finally realized that that quest indicator is just there. It doesn't do anything. Played through the game so many times and I still do that pretty much every time. Hello? This is why I tell people, even if you don't want to just put your leaves on your lawn, get a trash bin, like one of those 35, 45 gallon trash bins with the wheels on it, and just fill it full of leaves, take a weed whacker, and just chop them into dust. And just leave them inside of that container and add water every once in a while to get them nice and soggy. They'll break down into what is called leaf mold, which will then just break down into compost if you leave it long enough. Especially if you add grass clippings and other things like that to help heat it up. And leave it out in the sun if you can. Leave it on like the back side of your property where no one's really going to see it or think too much about it. It's better than just having a giant pile of leaves if your town is that strict about not having leaves on the ground. You could even put it in your garage because it's not going to smell that bad with it just being leaves. Rot only smells bad when you add excess amount of fruit and it isn't allowed to be decomposed fast enough by the bacteria. And then it goes anaerobic, which causes the smelly sulfuric gases that you're used to when you think of compost or like manure. But as long as it's kept hot and aerated, it won't ever get that way. Hot, aerated, and slightly moist, like an even coating. And again, it helps if it's particleized. You don't just want to stick whole oak leaves in a container, because it won't break down. It'll just sit there for 3 to 5 years not doing anything. Because those things are tough, and the bacteria takes a long time to break them down. That's why, again, if you have oak leaves or like a maple or something like that, add grass clippings to it to help speed it up a little bit. Then you just have a bin of compost after a year or so that you can just spread around on the surface of your grass instead of having to thatch create a blacked out layer where you can't get anything. Just put it on in the fall when the grass is going to die back anyways. Mow it, put the fertilizer on top of it, and just let it sit. But you want to make sure you particleize that compost really good. Sift it, let it dry out until it's like sandy almost. Just particleize it into the smallest thing that you can do and just spread it evenly. And then water it in if you want to, if it looks like there's too much dirt on the surface. But some people will put just sand straight on top of their grass, and the grass will go back through the sand, no problem. So, compost won't do much. Some people will pay for like grass fertilizers, which is basically just a pure nitrogen fertilizer, which is terrible. If you want a healthy lawn, use compost of leaves. Your lawn will grow so much faster that you'll actually hate the fact you did it to yourself. Because you have to mow your lawn like twice as often when you feed it with compost that's well rotted. Well rotted compost really is just it'll make anything grow super fast. It just has to be well rotted. You don't want it 3/4 rotted where you can still see like good chunks of leaves in it. That's good if you're trying to grow like stuff and you're just trying to use it as a mulch on the surface. But if you're trying to use it as like a fertilizer to speed up the growth of stuff, you really want it to be fully broken down. Where, again, you can particleize it into tiny little bits. You can just go out with a 5-gallon bucket and a trowel and just and flick it out so that it gets an even coverage. You can do the same thing with your garden as well, if you have a garden. Really, that's where I'd put it first, but again, if you're the type of person that just has a lawn and a couple trees in the lawn, you might as well do that and give back to the tree. And when you fertilize a tree, don't fertilize it by the trunk. The trunk isn't where it gets its nutrients from. I see so many people make that fucking mistake when they're like, I'm trying to help my tree, and they're putting like a bunch of stuff at the trunk of the tree, thinking that that's where the tree absorbs its nutrients. It's like the tree absorbed nutrients by its trunk like 50 years ago before it was a 100-foot tree. You have to think of where the newest roots are coming out, which would be like probably 20 to 30 feet out from a healthy oak or maple tree. And that's where you'd want to fertilize it. And you'd want to fertilize in a ring around the tree on the farthest out foliage, not at the base of the tree. I mean, you can fertilize the base of the tree, but the only thing that's going to do is make the grass grow better near the base of the tree. Because the big woody roots don't absorb a lot of nutrients, they just absorb a lot of water. Only the ones at the very bottom where the taproot digs way down, that one will absorb nutrients. But that normally is minerals. It'll get most of its nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, and stuff like that from the top 6 inches of soil. And that's where it will send out new roots along it. If you've ever seen a downed tree where it's ripped the roots up, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Because normally, even when the tree gets ripped up, it's because it broke the roots. The roots still extended out like 4 to 5 feet. They were just much thinner, little wiry roots. Not a 6-inch wide root that you'd find at the base of a tree. A healthy pine or a maple or something like that will have a very, very thick root system. But plants love growing next to them. People have this illusion where if you plant something in the shade of a tree, it's not going to do well. It's the opposite. There are certain plants which love growing in the canopy of another tree because they like filtered light. They don't like direct sunlight. And yeah, you can grow them in direct sunlight, and a lot of the seed packets will tell you 6 or more hours of direct sunlight, but it's absolutely not needed. The fungal-driven soil will speed up the development of any plant more than having efficient nutrients and being out in the middle of a field will. Because fields always have bacterially driven soil. They normally don't have fungally driven soil. Because it's hard for fungus to develop out in a meadow unless you live in like Ireland, where it's nice and moist in the ground, you have lots of moss and other things all over the place. If you have lots of moss, there's a good chance you probably have a fungally driven soil system nearby. And that's not because the moss likes a fungally driven soil system. It's just the conditions that moss grow in are the same conditions that fungi like to grow in. Moist, but not directly moist. That's why they prefer to grow under canopies, where they're not being smashed by giant raindrops. But it's still moist, and the humidity allows them to get dew that runs off of them in the morning. And there are people out there who will say like, oh, these types of plants like bacterially driven soil. And I'm not trying to say that that's incorrect. It's just when they say they prefer it is complete bullshit. They like bacterially driven soil, but ideally they'd want both bacterial and a fungally driven soil. Fungally driven soil is just more productive. This is why they've made a bunch of these garden additives nowadays, which is just basically dust of spores from fungi. Different types of fungi that you'd find in a forest floor type environment. Where when you go out in the forest and you take a handful of the soil and you see that white hair, fuzzy looking stuff through it, that's all fungi. That's mushroom, basically. Just before the mushroom forms. What is properly called mycelium. And that's the foundation for all fungal growth. That being said, not all fungus is good. You can have funguses that attack plants like root rot and things like that if you have too wet of a soil. But that's fairly easy to deal with. That's way easier to deal with than a lot of people think. That's simply just, even though it might damage the other fungi in the soil, you have to get rid of the root rot before the other fungi will be able to help. So, the best thing to do is to normally make a strong solution of hydrogen peroxide and water and literally just soak the root system with hydrogen peroxide and water. It'll add a bunch of oxygen. In the same process, it'll really cook that fungi and sterilize that root system so it can get properly adjusted. And then what you can do is a couple days later after doing that, you can add a fungal inoculant to add good fungus to compete with the root rot if the root rot decides to come back. But a lot of the time, if you have root rot, it's either because your soil's fucked up or you've been watering your pot too much, if your plant's in a pot. And as much as I like adding fungal additives to everything, you really don't want to add too much of that stuff to a pot. Because what it will do is it'll actually create the illusion of the soil having good water retention, but it's only because the top part of the soil is holding water than the bottom portion of the soil. Because once you have a big plant in the pot, certain plants can actually use more water beneath the surface of the soil. So even though the surface looks wet, the actual area where the roots are isn't wet. This is why I always tell people to feel by weight. When you go to plant the plant in a pot, feel what the pot feels like when the soil is dry, like when you freshly fill it with soil and you tamp it down to get the soil settled into place. Take note of what that feels like in your hand. Then plant the plant in it, add the little bit of dirt if you need to add a little bit more or something like that. Pick it up again and feel it, then water it down, and then lift it up. Normally it'll get about twice as heavy from being completely soaked. If it's too soaked with water, it'll feel like basically that it'd break your wrist trying to lift it up with one hand. Or it'd break the plastic. And you really want to avoid that, which is why most pots have drainage holes in the bottom. Lots of holes cut in them. And then anytime you think you need to water the plant, just go and feel it. Just lift up the container. Because unlike in soil outside, there's no wicking motion. There's no cap on the surface of the soil because it's in a small container. And you can put mulch in it, but like I said, when you have a big plant, it'll just use all of the moisture from the middle portion of the soil, and then it will have a dry spot in the center that will be hard to get re-moisturized because the water just wants to run around it. So my rule of thumb is I always go by weight. And obviously as the plant gets bigger, there's going to be more weight in the pot because then you're adding on not only the weight of the plant but also the weight of the soil. Because a plant can, it's amazing how much weight a plant can make out of something that didn't weigh nearly as much. Like a full-grown pepper plant in a 5-gallon bucket versus the 5-gallon bucket when it had no plant in it with the same amount of soil. A full-grown plant will add at least 4 to 5 pounds of weight on that if it's a big, healthy plant. Just the plant itself with the fruit on it. That's not even talking about the soil. It's why trees always feel so heavy in a pot. If you've ever tried to have, like, a house tree or something like that, or a house plant that was like a tree, they're always heavy as fuck, even when the pot is really small. Because the plant weighs more than what the initial input for the tree to get that big. Because you have to think they're taking things that are on an atomic level, like tiny little nutrients, combined with sunlight, and they're making something that has huge amounts of physical mass within short amount of time. Like, really, 100 years for an oak tree to get to, like, 50 plus feet tall with, like, a 1.5 foot wide trunk. Like, that's a lot of mass. That tree weighs tons. Like an old mesquite tree or something like that. It's just heavy as fuck. That guy just went off the ledge. Trying to hit a running midget is one of the hardest things. Cursed flinch. Can we not go to the left of the crosshair, please? What are the odds that you shoot the left side of the crosshair like 5 times in a row? I didn't even look. Did I get a backpack upgrade? No, I didn't. Oh well. No, I did the thing. Curses! Son of a taint! Stop that. These low textures. These low resolution. Calling me an asshole. I'm actually a nice guy. Why do you think I'm an asshole, bandits? I'm cool. I'm hip. Why you gotta be like that? Hello? Guy is now in... He's in Abyss. Hello? Who? No. Oh.
Found another piece of the key without my help. Or did you? I'm always watching you, friend. Others are starting to see their own opportunities.
I've got an idea. Wow, he's really far down there. What happens if I do this? Yeah, that's what I expected. Hi. Goodbye. We could have been friends. You could have been my Eric friend. It's a reference to Tales from the Borderlands. Got him.
I don't want to wait, so bring it by immediately.
Some guy's out riding a motorcycle at 1:30 a.m. in the fucking morning. What the fuck? I heard a guy drive by on a Harley today that was listening to trap music, and I was just like, that is the most, like, that does not belong, that music does not belong coming out of the speakers of that bike. If it was like a street glide, I would have been more like, yeah, but no.
You should have little trouble moving forward. Are we friends? I think I would enjoy that.
Oh, here we go. Texture. Low texture lands. Oh, there we go.
Suggest we may find another vault key fragment at the trash coast. Unfortunately, in your way are the inhabitants of Jamestown, who smell of alcohol and ignorance. They like science as much as I like the idea of music. Music is wasteful and stupid.
Incendiary bulldog. Pro protector.
I should warn you about tennis. There's something strange about her. We haven't had a supply transport come in years. The commerce grid shows no log of her ever using any of my trade stations. But she must be getting resupplied somehow.
Excuse me.
The next time you see Tannis, tell her to come see me in New Haven. Wherever she's getting her supplies, I know I can make her a better deal.
Oh. There we go. Knuckle on my middle finger on my left hand wanted to crack, but I didn't want to do it against the controller. Another legendary from that chest. What the hell? My game always seems to I know English. My game always seems to do this graphical glitch when I start out in arid Badlands and go through pretty much the entire game without reopening the game. I don't know why the texture streaming, like, the engine that does the texture streaming thing glitches out. It's like it has a memory leak or something. And it just slowly loads stuff slower and slower, regardless of if you save and quit or not. To the point where it'll take 30 or more seconds sometimes to just load a piece of the environment properly. I know, good shoot. Shooter good. Shooter goodly. That was my nickname in high school. Shooter goodly. Skip to the good, my darling. Gwarling. Skip to the loo, my gwarling. Gwar. More than... No, you bastard! Oh. No, he's got a fucking Rhino Helix again. Oh my god. Or not a Rhino, a frickin' Helix Roaster. That's what I meant to say. Another Helix Roaster.
Now, do your best to prepare your...
It's also purple.
yourself for what's ahead. I'll contact you again soon.
Without a master, I have two options. I can listen to you move your disgusting meat flaps, or I can stick an electrode up my back panel and call it paradise. I will comply with what you need. Then get out of my scan range.
Prepare yourself. Your next challenge awaits. It might seem insurmountable, but you can do this. You will prevail. You must prepare yourself. You have come very far in your journey, but it is not yet over, and it is not yet time to rest. Much depends on your actions moving forward. This last challenge will be your greatest.
Things are real under when you got my machines in there scaring eagles.
Oh.
bites the dust. Critical.
Okay. little something, something he needs done. You should ask him about it.
Something he needs done. You should ask him about it.
Those things look like a race car bug. If there was ever a bug to be called a race car bug, it's the lightning Sithid. God dang it, I'm getting super unlucky with these. On Roland. On Morty, I think I got like 3 or 4 out of 5 first try. Not this time.
never have enough stuff. All right, we got guns over here.
Oh, these guns aren't even leveled up yet. Excuse me. I wonder if I turn in this mission, will it scale it? Wow. Good throw, lad. Wow. The game caught up to me pretty quick. No, that was my only grenade. No, I guess I'll have to wait until I get to the vault or something.
Scoop.
How's it going, man? Trying to get through playthrough 2 so I can farm some better gear from Tartarus. Oh my god, he actually hit me with the boomstick. How's it going, Teddy? Sorry I didn't say anything. I was trying to not die to Franz, but then I died to fucking boomstick dingle over there who got a lucky bullet in my face. Is that the fucking...
No looking, emoji smiling face with open mouth.
No, it would have been legendary. It was a hybrid. Oh.
Just having a nice family weekend. Year anniversary, emoji red heart.
It's the wrong side to jump off. I need to jump off on this side, I think.
About to make an unpleasant discovery and learn a harsh lesson.
Oh yeah, I got that weird problem again that I was telling you about, how my textures just refuse to load properly. Only seems to affect the PS4 Pro version. Oh, look at that. A Nidhogg. Vendor Hog. That's right, it kills you no matter where you jump off. Curses.
If you fall here, you die.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't bother me. I'm not trying to stay alive. I was gonna save and quit anyways. When you have over 99, over the money cap, there's no point. I killed myself earlier just for the fun of it. I was trying to get the dev chest in that one area, and I was trying to get back up with grenade jumps, but I couldn't, so I just ran out and let the turret kill me.
I typed it immediately too.
Yeah, but I am not trying to die.
Well, it's fun. Emoji smiling face with open mouth. Oh, I was just talking about the delay.
In the attempt to circumvent our control will be met with punishment of death. Do not taste it, or we may shut down the commerce grid as well.
I know you don't mind. Emoji smiling face with open mouth.
Ah, the emotes. You're turning into one of the people that are in the chats that you used to say you didn't like. I just hate the way the text to voice says it out loud more than anything. I wish you could like blacklist them from the text to voice. It's like, why do you need a text to voice to say an emote out loud? It's just it's like 4 words to describe a picture, which doesn't need, like, you need 30 emotes to equal the amount of words that the thing says for one emote being there. I don't even care about emotes. I just hate the fact it talks. It says it out loud.
It's automatic.
I know you don't type it in. I'm saying whenever you type an emote, it does it. Obviously, you're not typing in the emote. You're just selecting it from the list, but that's what the bot does. And like I said, if I could blacklist it, I would. Because it's not that I don't want emotes in the chat. I just don't want the fucking bot to say them out loud.
I didn't select it.
What?
I typed.
Why? Why would you type out any emote? Unless you're trying to copy and paste it. You never used to use emotes, though.
Hey, Mr. Still streaming. Cause I was in a good mood. I always type.
I don't think I've ever typed an emote. I've been in a lot of chats. I don't think I've ever typed an emote once. The only emote I've ever typed, which I guess kind of makes it... I've typed a Lenny face before. But a Lenny face isn't an emote so much as like a troll face, but you do it with the parentheses and shit. I was just never a proponent of it. I don't know, I'm one of those people who the way I type describes my emotion more than anything, so I guess that helps. A lot of people don't tend to type the way that they talk, but I type the way that I talk, which makes people think that I'm typing illiterately, but I'm really just trying to convey the way I talk. From the Northeast, we don't speak words like out all the time. A lot of the words that we use are just like 3 words combined into one short words, like a lotta. I think a lot of people do that, though. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say a lot of.
I went to stream Monster Hunter for a bit.
Wasted daylight, fool.
It's just whenever I watch some of those popular Twitch streams, I'm just like, who are those guys? Like, what are they sitting there doing on their keyboard where literally the only thing that they type is emotes? Like, they must just have a fucking spreadsheet open with just copy and pastes, because it's ridiculous. Something happens on the screen and 60 people immediately type the same emote within a span of a second of each other. And it's just like, wow, what a hive mind. I got something in my right eye that's bothering me. I think it's like a hair or something. I need to go look in the mirror.
Wasted daylight.
Alright, sorry about that.
Right here.
the fuck was that?
Always room for more loot.
It is too bad they didn't implement the junk feature from Borderlands 2 for this game.
The what? It does have a junk feature. I just don't use it because it means I have to click a button
you
twice.
can junk your weapons and sell them all at once.
It ends up taking more time to make them noted as junk because you already have to go over each item once. So by simply never looking at any of the items that you pick up, you're actually saving time by manually clicking them. Unlike the pre-sequel, which the pre-sequel has no junk function. It just treats any gun that's not favorited as junk. So you just press triangle to sell anything that's not favorited. The pre-sequel did it the smartest way. Having to actively go in and go like, oh, if I want to mark, say, this as junk, I have to click the stick twice. And I have to look at the item. Whereas if I just leave it here, all I have to do when I go to the shop is go click, 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 and it's the same as if I would do that, except for I don't have to click my stick 100 times. You're not dealing with hundreds of shit in your inventory like you do in Neo. Neo, it's a lot more valuable of a feature. In this game, it's just like useless because, again, you already have to manually click on each individual item, which artificially makes you take longer to go through your items anyways. That's why the Australian developers were smarter than Gearbox. They knew that it was a waste of time, and they fixed it being a waste of time. And they still fucked it up in this game because they're dumb as shit and didn't even bother to ask the people who fixed that problem. What the hell?
Always nice to get resupply.
Only thing I do is I make sure to lock the stuff I don't want to accidentally sell. I don't have shock bolt because I never did the shock crystal quest in any difficulty.
I don't know if you could even lock items in the original.
No, you can't. In BL1, no. Incoming loud noise. Still caught me off guard. Still made my heart jump. God, they dropped too much shit, dude. Struggling to keep the freaking ground clear already. Right into the wall. But never had it all. I'm sorry. But she's still preoccupied with 1985. Don't you want a shitty song stuck in your head from the 90s era? '90s, early 2000s. Isn't that what you always wanted for breakfast? Awesome. Great job. Already killed my turret? He's got the sniper rifle up there. He had the sniper. Steel Wrath? Oh, but it's so inaccurate. It has the inaccurate barrel on it. Good luck hitting the broadside of it. Frickin' dillweed with that, dude. Let's go up here to make these guys start fighting each other. Because there's always the one guardian that flies over this way. Always. See? I don't know why it does it. I don't know what's wrong with it. Why its AI does it. I probably sound like the game developer who has this issue. He's like, I don't understand why its AI does this. Does it every time, guaranteed. It always flies over here. Why are you shooting at me, fuckers? Thanks for the stuff, gun. Thanks for the stuff. Oh my word. Who the... Oh, that guy. There's supposed to be a jump there, but I find it's really hard to jump on slopes in this version for whatever reason. It either simply does not jump when you press the jump button, or you get a really delayed jump. The badasses haven't respawned yet. That's good.
These Iridium guys are assholes in the pre-sequels.
No, they're not. They're easy. People who think they're bad are the people who don't move around all the time. Did you watch how I play that game? Go watch how other people play that game, and you'll immediately see why most people think that that game is bad. Because they just don't play it right. They try to play it like this game. You can't play the pre-sequel like you play the other two Borderlands games. You can't. It just does not play that way. And if you play it that way, you're going to have a rougher time. The enemies are designed around you having lots of mobility. They're not designed around you standing still. You stand still, you die. Simple as that. You move, you barely take any damage. Except for with things that have guns, of course. But even then, it still helps you dodge a lot of the bullets. I forgot to get a car. Dumbass.
There is no time left. You must reach the vault by any means necessary. We will not get another opportunity in this lifetime.
We almost did the whole story of this game in a matter of a couple hours.
They're shutting down the ecosystem, and now we're getting reports of weapons fire all around Sanctuary. It's a war zone. Sanctuary's
I wish I could reset the playthrough, or else I'd do
if they shut down the echo, I'll be unable to arrange for
high difficulty speedruns like I do with the pre-sequel, because this game's short enough to do it with. Borderlands 2 is just asinine, so it's never gonna happen with that game. You only speedrun Borderlands 2 if you want to have your face glued to the screen for 6 hours. I fucked around in the pre-sequel and I still managed to beat the game and then have time to mess around. And that stream was like 6 hours of just me fucking around and I still beat the game in one session, so. First time I did it, I beat the game and its DLC in one session. Just shows you how much slower I was going the second time.
Only 6 hours if you don't need to farm for anything.
That's why I said it's a UVHM speedrun. Not farming for anything, it's implying that you already have the gear. Caustic Wrath. Nice. Wrath! You've invoked my Wrath! Damn it.
I gave up on the pre-sequel on the fucking doll airship on of my just didn't care anymore after that.
Why? You're so bad. That's all I can say is you're just bad. That shit's too easy. Claptrap can literally kill it before it can even do one round. It flies across. You go into the boss room. It flies across the room. Before it's across the entire arena, Claptrap will have it from full to 0. And if you're Jack, you can pretty much do the same thing with the viral marketer. Or if you don't have a viral marketer, you can just use literally any laser in the game that's not a beam. A laser railgun that's Malawan, a laser blaster, anything like that. A blowfly, but that can be hard to come by, so. I normally just go with any green laser. Literally, that's what I kill it with when I go through the game normally, is some green corrosive laser. And if I don't have one, I'll just farm the... You can just farm a shop until one drops as either a white or a green. It's all you need. And just shoot it even when he's out of bounds and just ignore the ads. Ads, just use them to get yourselves up.
I had Athena, but it has funny caustic weapons guarantee dropping for me.
The pre-sequel's too easy. That was the main complaint about the game. If you're having trouble with the pre-sequel, you're just bad. And I don't normally say that about many video games, but... You really do just have to be bad for that game to be difficult, in my opinion. The only time it gets bad is when you're trying to use Athena and you're trying to get Tempest, but you can't ever get any Tempest because enemies die too fast. So you can never deal good damage to badasses, but you always deal above average damage to normal enemies. It's why I quit playing my Athena, because I just got annoyed. You can't use the skills in her skill tree because you can never build up enough stuff because the small enemies die too fast, and then the few big enemies take forever to kill. Like, Bunker is way harder of a fight than that is. Like, way harder of a fight. Just in general. There's jump pads, there's the ability for you to just completely distance yourself from all of the ads. Most of the characters have like a solid HP regen ability. The only one that doesn't, again, is Athena. Her HP regen ability is like, eh. You have to rely upon her shield. I love playing Jack. Jack, Wilhelm, or Nisha. Nisha's another one that destroys RK5, but you need 2 repeater pistol that are corrosive. Well, not 2, you just need 1 good one. But, you know what I mean. It doubles it into 2 when you use it. I need a bullet spam weapon. The only boss I ever struggled on in the pre-sequel was Eclipse and EOS, which is in the Claptrap DLC. That boss fight is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And pretty much every time I kill it now, I always use the Flacker glitch. Because it's just... the fight literally takes 10 to 15 minutes to complete. And that's when you're doing good. It's so ridiculous. It's fair, it just takes a long time. Because he has such a big HP bar. And if you die, it resets. Way harder. But it's also, again, the most fairest raid boss that Borderlands has. All of its mechanics are stuff that you can dodge or use the terrain to avoid. It's not fucking Veracitous garbage. It's not Badassosaurus Rex garbage. It's not bullet deflection on your ass garbage, which is my least favorite mechanic in all of Borderlands. Because like I said, I hate saying the just get good thing, but honestly, that game is the only game that's balanced correctly. It's so overbalanced that even when you do the arena and turn up the difficulty and increase the monster's health by like 25 to 30% in some cases, they still die in 2 shots. Which I like. I've beaten the max difficulty round several times. And that's like, the enemies are basically OP8 difficulty. With their bullet, well, not their resistance, just their HP and everything. Takes so long to kill them. Where is he? Must be underneath the map. Oh yeah, he's underground. Stop that! Dodgy bastards. They were just basically being a troll. Just trolling me. It's like, I'm quick to aim, but not when they just like randomly change directions like that so fast. Most of the way I aim is like knowing how an enemy moves and then just predicting where it's going to be and putting my crosshair there more than I'm actually aiming at them a lot of the time. Get rid of this thing. Probably gonna go down here. Never mind. Defile the world. And playthrough 2.5.
contents of the vault are rightfully the property of the Admiral's Corporation. But you belong to me. Yes, but he works. Sergeant, get your team ready to go inside.
Don't give up. This creature may be immortal in its own realm, but in this reality, it cannot survive without a host. That makes it vulnerable. When it becomes flesh and blood...
I'm the captain now.
Always room for more looting. All right, we got guns over here.
Yeah, stuff is leveled up now. No! Trolled! That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Double thumper and a double stinger. Actually, I kind of want to put that side by side to the one that I just sold. Never mind. Pretty sure that one's the one I just picked up, I think, is actually worse than the crimson one I had before. What are the odds that there's two stockless machine guns here? Needed that. Druh. Come on, store, load. The game's loading, like I said, slower and slower over time. It's whatever. I'm probably gonna stop streaming here anyways. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace out.